silent approach.
Shot at me.
Bullseye. Ah! One left. Ah! Out of arrows. Ammo here. Nice.
I'll take a look.
The forest sends its regards.
Somebody over there. Who's that over there? Who's that over there? Somebody type that
Need
down
to
the
attract
alarm.
less attention.
I'll kill you.
I'm out. Ammo here. Nice. Shit, they know. Last arrow. Just what I needed.
I heard something. Who's there? You can't hide forever. Huh? You can't. Who's that?
States are alerted. We own this.
Take a look. Can't hide forever.
The forest sends its regards. For the people. These'll come in handy.
Archer, here.
Stay to where?
False alarm. Get back on patrol.
The forest sends its regards. Gearbox here. I can put this to good use. Just what I needed. Ammo here. Gearbox here. Treasure here. Get to the extraction point. Guard here. guard, here.
Who's that over there?
I need to attract less attention. Nice.
Who's that over there?
Last one. Out of arrows. These'll come in handy.
Killed. I know you're out there. Something there. I'll take a look.
For the people.
Get her out there. Fine.
Forest. It's regards.
Get her out here.
Arrow. Find its
Get them!
Kill around here.
Ah,
Can't hide forever.
for the people.
Get them!
One left.
God, here.
Shit.
Here. Ladder over here. Woman, here.
Ah. Bullseye. There goes the silent approach. Need to find arrows. The forest sends its regards.
Here, lad. Come on. Somebody just shot at me. Who's that over there?
Huh?
Can't do this.
Now you'll pay. I'll take a look.
Did you hear that? Come on.
For the people. Damn, the state are aware.
Shit, he's dead.
Sheriff, here.
I'm sure I just saw. Can't stay hidden forever.
Quiet.
I heard something. Who's there?
State are alerted.
Sentry, here.
Over there. Did you hear that? Shit.
Crossbowman, here.
The forest sends its regards.
Gearbox, here.
Something there. I'll take a look.
God, here.
You hear that? Come on.
Knight, here.
I'll kill you. On.
Did you see all of us?
For the something.
Cannot put me down.
Treasure, here. to attract his attention. Sting Tathel's revenge. The forest sends it. Night here.
You're dead, Est. Even
For the people.
intruders. Find it.
Nice. Attack.
There's a killer out there. Find him.
You cannot put me down.
Get them!
It's over.
Army.
Let's get him. Get him. What? Get him.
Sends its regards.
Keep it up. It may be more. Killer up there.
What the? Somebody just shot at me.
Nice.
Ammo here.
You cannot put me down. Die.
Here.
The chest is missing. Get
God, here. God, here.
There goes the silent approach. One left. I'm out.
You should have finished me off.
For the people.
There's something in those bushes. He's been killed
Out there.
Search the area. I need help.
Sentry.
Do you see something? It's him. Get them. Look, I've lost him.
The forest
Nothing here.
sends its cards. For the people. Shit, they know.
here. Portcullis, here. Crossbowman, here. Crossbowman, here. Ladder, over here.
Somebody just shot at me. Take cover.
God, here.
Last arrow.
Can't hide forever. You can't hide forever.
Crossbowman.
I'll take a look. I must have been mistaken.
The state is alerted.
Portcullis, here. Gearbox, here.
Crossbowman here. Guard here. Sheriff, here. For the people.
Stay vigilant. Identify yourself.
Yes. Sheriff, here. Sheriff here.
Outlaws. What the fuck? Fucking heathens. Lawless scum.
Need to attract less attention.
You missed. Now you'll pay. Can't hide forever. It's
The
clear.
forest sends its regards.
There's a killer out there. Find him.
For the people.
Been killed. Search the area. There's a killer out there. Somebody just shot at me. You missed.
The forest sends its regards.
I'll take a look. This
For
clear.
the people. this to good use. This is ours now. Let's get that vault open. The forest sends its guards.
I'll take a look.
For the
Clear.
people. Activated the vault.
Portcullis here.
Killer out there. Find them. I need
There
help.
goes the silent approach.
Find them.
The forest sends its regards. Just what I needed.
Who's that over there? It's
For
clear.
the people. This could come in handy. Get to the extraction
Wherever
point.
they were, they're gone now.
Damn, the state are aware. One left.
I heard something.
I'm out.
I heard something. 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 Who's? I heard something. I heard something. Who's? I heard something. Who's there? I I heard something. 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 Who's there? I must be. I heard something. Who's there? I must be hearing things. I heard something. Who's there? I must be hearing things. I heard something. Who's there?
Nice.
I heard something. Who's there? I heard something. Who's there? I heard something. Who's there? Killer out there. Find them.
The forest sends its regards.
God, here.
Use this to sneak in. States are alerted. So much for the silent escape.
You're dead.
Arrow, find its mark. Light here. For the people. Forest, save
Crossbowman, here. Portcullis, here.
Get them!
last one. Ready. For the people. Ready.
Ready. Take back the power. Ready. Take back the power.
My hammer is ready. Ready. My hammer is ready. Ready. Justice shall prevail. Justice shall prevail. Justice shall prevail.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready. Ready. I'm ready. Ready. I'm ready.
For the people.
God.
Last arrow. Need to find arrows.
Find them. I'll take a look. Where's the
Shit,
alarm?
they know.
You can't hide forever.
Can't hide forever.
This area's clear. I'll go and look over there.
Can't hide forever.
Can't hide forever. This area's...
People.
Killer out there. Find them.
sends it starts. Bullseye.
Somebody just shot at me. Missed. Now you'll pay. False alarm. Get back on. But did you see somebody over there? This area.
People.
Damn, they got away. Huh? You can't hide forever.
The forest sends its starts.
Did you see?
Ah! One left. These'll come in handy. Nice. Ammo here. Excellent.
I'm sure I just saw. I can hear
Here.
it trembling.
Excellent.
Did you see somebody over there?
Need to attract less attention.
I'll take a look.
For the people. The forest sends its regards. Nice. There goes the silent approach. Here. Ammo here. Gearbox here. Get to the extraction point. We own this. Just what I needed.
What the fuck?
There's an access point here.
converted. This makes things a lot better.
Somebody just shot at me! You're dead.
Arrow. Find its mark. Knight, here. For the people.
Let the monk get away!
The forest sends its regards. For the people.
Crossbowman here. Crossbowman here.
I heard something!
Crossbow
Who's there?
here. The forest sends its regards. Ammo here. Knight here.
Don't let the monk get away!
Don't let the monk get away!
Last arrow.
Ready. for the forest.
Did you see somebody over there? No.
Nothing.
Best stay alert.
Eh? Nothing.
Did you see somebody?
Let's
I'll put a bolt in them.
Get her.
I'll put a bolt in them.
for the forest. To Mother Earth. Sheriff, here. For the forest.
Somebody hit shot at me.
Out of bones.
Did you see somebody over there? Did you see somebody over there? I lost her.
Back to Mother Earth.
Did you see somebody over there? Ah!
Back to Mother Earth. Crossbowman, here. For the forest. Back to Mother Earth.
Get them. Who is that sneaking over there? No one here. I'll take a look.
For the forest. Sheriff, here. Oh, I can find a use for this. Let's get that vault open. Back to Mother Earth. It's opening. Treasure here. There goes the silent approach. aware. To Mother Earth.
Somebody over there.
Killer out there.
Crossbowman, here.
Killer out there. Find them.
Distract. I'm out. They know. Need to find bolts. This could prove useful. Fate of a mortal. Back to Mother Earth. I am ready to move unseen. Back to Mother Earth.
Search the area! They're hiding. Tim! I'm Tim!
Their entrance.
Ah! Search the area.
Forest. God. For the forest. There goes the silent approach.
Take a look.
Back to Mother.
Do you see this area's clear?
Get down! Get them! Better. I'll put a bolt in them.
Search the undergrowth.
You see somebody else, don't let the monk get away.
Sheriff, here.
I'm sure I just saw
Got it.
intruders.
Mother Earth. For the forest.
River. Wasting my time.
I'm out.
I'll take a look.
Back to Mother Earth.
Did you see somebody out there? I'll take a look.
Killer out there. Find them. What's the
We
alarm?
need to attract less attention.
You
You can't hide forever.
For the forest. Back to Mother Earth. Just what I needed. ammo here. Gearbox here. Oh, I can find a use for this. Let's get that vault open.
I'll take a look. Can't hide forever.
For the forest. Back to Mother Earth. Treasure is in sight.
I'll take a look.
I am ready to move unseen.
Search the area. Can't hide.
Back
Well there, search the area. There's a
forest.
killer up there. Find her.
Back to Mother Earth. Get to the extraction point. Damn, the state are away.
Shit, he's dead.
am ready to move unseen. Back to nothing. For the forest. To nothing.
Search the area.
Where the fuck?
For the forest.
Find them.
Can't hide.
To nothing.
The chest is missing. The fuck?
Did you see that? There's someone over there.
Get her! Get her! Put a bolt in the theory. See somebody over there.
I need to find the
You're dead.
Did you hear that?
for the forest. I am ready to move unseen. Back to nothing.
The chest is missing.
You can't hide forever.
Back to nothing.
Take a look. Over there.
For the forest.
Where the fuck?
Get her! Get them!
Previous. Last one.
Go! I'll kill you, Bob. Get them! Someone in that to keep alert. It may be.
is that over there?
Somebody over there.
For the forest. God, here.
Oh, in them.
Back to mother. Sure, I can find a use for this.
You can't hide forever. It's clear.
Did you see somebody over there?
Back to mother.
I don't see anyone. I lost her. I lost her. Get them!
Sir!
That is a silent approach to Mother Earth. For the forest. Could be useful.
Stay vigilant.
I'll take a look. Did you see somebody over there? He's... Nothing.
I'll take a look.
The streets are alerted.
Killer out there. Find him. There's a killer out there. Find him.
Can't hide.
For the forest.
Stay vigilant.
Back to Mother Earth. to Mother Earth. For the forest.
There's a killer out there. Find them! Whoever they were.
Back to Mother Earth.
Shit, he's dead. Huh?
Forest. Back to Mother Earth. Let's get that vault open.
What is this?
Back to Mother Earth. For the forest.
Who's that over there?
Oh, I can find a use for this.
Better stay alert. Who's that over there?
To Mother Earth. For the forest.
This area is clear. I'll go and look over there. This area is clear.
Hide forever.
I'll go and look over there. Did you see somebody over there?
Back to Mother Earth.
Clear.
For the forest. Excellent. Back to Mother Earth.
kill
The
them.
state are aware.
You can't hide forever. Did you see? Get her!
Stop them!
Get them!
Can't stay hidden forever.
What is this?
Back to Mother Earth. Could be useful.
What the fuck? Thieving outlaws.
They know.
Spineless coward.
Move!
You better stay hidden. I'll fucking kill you.
Sheriff, here.
I'll find you. Who is that sneaking over there? You fucking reek of fear. I can smell your fear.
God, here. For the forest. extraction point. Crossbowman. Crossbowman, here.
Did you hear that?
God, here. God, here.
There's a killer out there. Find him.
One left. I'm out. The state will have its revenge.
I lost that. Clearing. What is this?
To Mother Bear.
Ready.
You miss! Now you're packed! You... I don't see anybody!
Did you see somebody over there?
You miss! I'll kill you, Ranger!
One left. I'm out. Damn, the state are aware. These'll come in handy. Ah! Bullseye. Last one. Need to find arrows. Just what I needed. Ah! forest. Sends its regards.
Somebody just shot at me.
Ah! Ah! Last arrow. I'll put this to good use. Bullseye. I'm out. Need to find arrows.
Take a look.
For the people. Just what I needed.
I'll take a look. No one here.
Shit.
There's a killer out there. Find him.
Last one. One left. These'll come in handy. The forest sends its regards. Nice.
Sheriff, here. Sheriff, here. Sheriff, here.
Heathen scum.
Archer, here.
Last arrow.
Spineless coward. I can hear you trembling.
Crossbowman, here.
Intruders, you can't stay hidden forever. Get
Less attention.
Did you see somebody? Did you see somebody over there?
The forest
Fucking killed
sends
you.
its guards.
Sheriff, here.
Mayday arrow. Find its mark. Let's get that vault open.
I heard something. Who's there? Huh? Who the hell is blowing things up? Huh? Who the hell is blowing things up?
The silent approach. Come on. Nice. Treasure here. Get to the extraction point.
Crossbowman, here.
Ah! Bullseye.
God, here.
One left. Need to find arrows. These'll come in handy. Last one. I'm out. Spotted.
I've lost them.
For the people.
Somebody's sneaking in the attack!
Killer. Oh.
last arrow. Ah! I'm out. Shit, they know.
Somebody just shot at
One
me.
left. Need to find arrows. I'm out. Nice. Got it.
Fucking kill them.
I can put this to good use.
There's a killer out there. Find him. There's a killer out there. Find him.
Last one. Out of arrows. Damn, the state are aware.
Do you see somebody?
Need to find arrows. These'll come in handy. The forest sends its guards.
He's been killed.
Killer out
Search
there.
the area.
Find them.
Find them.
Somebody needs to be off. You can't do it forever.
Need to attract less attention.
Killer out there. Somebody just shot at me.
Just what I
You
needed.
missed. Now you'll pay.
For the people.
Find them.
I'm out.
I'll take a look.
The forest sends its regards. This is ours now.
I'll take it you should have finished me off. You can't hide forever. I'll take a look.
Did you see somebody over there?
It's
You
clear.
can't hide. Huh?
I'll keep looking.
You can't hide forever.
You can't hide forever.
For the people.
It's
The
clear.
forest sends its regards. For the people. These'll come in handy. Let's get that vault open. Arrow. Find its mark.
Did you see somebody over there? Who the hell is blowing things up? Who the hell is blowing things up? Who the hell is that?
They know.
Get them! Somebody over there. Did you see somebody over there?
One left.
Did you see somebody?
Need to find arrows.
Get them!
Last one. Out of arrows. I'm out.
Here.
Nice. Get to the extraction point.
Sheriff, here. Gearbox here. Ammo here.
I can put this to good use.
Who's there?
The forest sends its regards.
Stay alert.
Did you see somebody over there? See them!
See something? Tim! Tim! I don't see anybody.
People.
There's a killer out there. Did you see him?
Night here.
Search the area.
Get them!
Tim!
Get them!
Over there!
Hold up!
Get them! Did you see some? Get her!
Last one. Need to find out. Night here.
The sheriff is the one man every person living outside the law fears. massively built, skilled in battle, and coldly efficient. If the sheriff stumbles upon an outlaw raid, he absolutely will not stop until he has hunted down and killed every one of the criminals. Aside from his combat training and his great size, the sheriff has one advantage other lawmen and bounty hunters don't have, and it's a secret no one else has yet discovered. Roger of Doncaster had been a young knight who fought well in the Crusades, earning the respect of his peers, who marveled at his strength and detached fighting style. He rarely seemed to lose his temper or become flustered, even in the most desperate of battles. He killed huge numbers of the enemy without glorying in his skill or showing any remorse for those whose lives he took. When the army returned home, though, Roger was shocked to find he was accused of skimming taxes. Of course, it was his bailiff who had been stealing the money, but Roger had been sentenced in his absence to 5 years in one of the state's infamous quarries. The knight knew he would not survive such a punishment. No one did, for the conditions in those labor camps were horrific. So, using his great size and unrivaled aptitude for killing, he dispatched the soldiers sent to his estate to arrest him and escaped into the wilderness. Soon enough, Roger realized surviving in the forest required a very different set of skills than those he was blessed with. Life until then had been fairly comfortable for Roger of Doncaster. Now, alone in the Greenwood, the young knight found himself utterly lost and eventually close to starving. And then Hood's men discovered him. When they found out he was an enemy of the state, they took him into their gang, feeding him, and, more importantly, teaching him how to feed himself, using only what the forest offered. In return, Roger taught them new skills with the longsword, although no one ever bested him, for he was too strong. The one known as Hood was at that time becoming too old to continue as the leader of the outlaws. Although he was a relative newcomer to their ranks, Roger had proven himself a great tactician and was offered the chance to succeed him and become the next Hood. Although he never truly felt like one of them, he accepted the title without hesitation. Roger always looked for ways to make his lot more comfortable, and positions of power were generally the best way to do that. Life as Hood was certainly better than being worked to death in a state quarry. But when the winter came, things were not so easy. The rest of the group didn't seem to mind the winter as much as he did, since most of them had struggled for their whole lives to fill their bellies and keep warm when it snowed. But Roger hated it. He did his duty and fought as ferociously as ever when the state soldiers came into the forest hunting them, or when the outlaws went on a raid. He did not feel any guilt when he hacked down one of the guards in the keeps they raided, for he was simply doing what any mercenary did to survive. The other members of Hood's gang saw themselves on one side, the state on the other. But Roger cared little for such ideas. He simply wanted to survive and live as comfortably as possible. So when the winter storms again hit their camp in the woods, the young knight wished more than ever that he could return to his previous existence as a nobleman of the city. One morning, he found the endless chatter of his companions more irritating than usual, so he wandered off to check the snares that had been set. As he knelt next to a waterfall, he sensed someone watching him and instinctively pulled his sword from its scabbard, drawing himself up to his full, imposing height. A knight, almost as tall as he was, stood not 10 paces away, watching him. The man wore good quality armor and a helmet with a visor that covered his whole face. Roger knew immediately that this was yet another bounty hunter, come to kill the fabled Hood and claim the reward for his head. For a long time, the two warriors traded blows in silence, evenly matched in size and skill. But when his opponent tripped on a hidden route, Roger thrust the tip of his Templar longsword between a gap in the man's mail, and the bounty hunter collapsed on the grass with a groan of agony. When he regained his breath, Roger placed the tip of his sword on the fallen knight's throat and gazed down at him. "Who are you?" he asked. "I have no name," the man replied in a low voice. "I renounced everything when God charged me with hunting down enemies of the state." "Fool," Roger spat in disgust. "Remove your helmet. I would see your face before I kill you." The man shook his head. I vowed never to remove it unless I am alone with God, and I never have these past 4 years. Even before the council, Roger asked, and the knight nodded. Roger cared little for religion, but he knew that this was the opportunity of a lifetime, a true gift from God, and he decided to seize it with both hands. Placing his full weight on the Templar longsword, he severed the knight's windpipe and watched dispassionately as blood bubbled from his dying foe's mouth and the life drained from him. Quickly, Roger stripped the corpse and dressed himself in the dead knight's armor, finally placing the helmet on his own head, obscuring his face. Then he beheaded his foe and tossed the head into the churning waterfall, hoping the swollen waters would quickly strip the flesh away, leaving it unrecognizable. And then, Roger of Doncaster dressed his dead opponent's body in his own discarded woodland clothing, threw the corpse over his shoulder, and walked out of the forest towards the city, renouncing the name of Hood forever. The council were astonished to see the enigmatic knight back in the city. Many bounty hunters had tried to kill Hood, but all had disappeared, never to be heard from again. Hood is no more, Roger said, careful to keep his voice low, his accent neutral. He pointed to the headless corpse where he dropped it on the stone floor. The Grandmaster was so impressed that he made the mysterious bounty hunter an offer. There were still dozens of outlaws in the Greenwood, and a man of such talent might bring them to justice. If he performed well, he would be promoted to a most prestigious position, sheriff. The prospect of regaining power and authority was too good an opportunity to pass up. He could return to his previous noble way of life. He had never seen the outlaws as friends anyway. Many of them were rapists, or thieves, or murderers who deserved to be arrested. Why shouldn't he be the agent of their doom, especially now that Hood was no more? Without a leader, their gang would be easy prey for one like him, who knew their ways. And so it was for a few months. He went about his new work, killing many of his former comrades, and so earning the coveted position of sheriff. He continued to wear the helmet with the full-face visor for fear anyone discovered his true identity, giving rise to rumors that the new sheriff was hideously disfigured. Once he had hunted down and killed the rest of the fugitives, he planned to remove his helmet, though, and reveal his true identity, for the state would surely be so grateful to him that they would overlook his previous transgressions. The common people who had previously idolized Hood refused to believe the news of his death, much to the council's annoyance. Hoping to crush their hope completely, Roger would ride out into the wild wood with his soldiers under his command, using his knowledge of the forest and the ways of the surviving outlaws to hunt his prey mercilessly. One such day had been going well. Spring had come at last, and it was fine and sunny, although the heat made his face sweat uncomfortably within the stifling helmet. Still, it had been a productive hunt so far, with 2 criminals captured and another speared in the back while trying to escape their patrol. Suddenly, an arrow hammered into the soldier on Roger's left flank, and time seemed to slow as a young man with enormous shoulders stepped into the track before them. He carried a longbow, crafted from yew and the antlers of a stag, a dark hood obscuring his face. From the trees all around them, a volley of arrows erupted, smashing state soldiers to the ground, dead and dying, horses and men screaming in pain and fear. The sheriff turned his horse and kicked his heels into its flanks. Desperately, he urged it back, out of the forest at a gallop, heedless of any obstacles or pitfalls, caring nothing for the fate of the soldiers in his command, left to the outlaw's mercy. As his mount carried him back to the safety of the city walls, the sheriff feared his life was not going to be quite as comfortable anymore. Hood had returned to the forest. Hood was the leader of the outlaws, and he was more than a man, he was a legend. No one could say for sure when he first appeared in the forest, or where he came from. Some said he was a nobleman, unjustly exiled by the state. Others a knight who returned from the Crusades to find his property had been illegally confiscated. Others claimed Hood was a mere yeoman, a simple archer who fell on hard times and was forced to seek refuge in the Greenwood. Hood's military skill, both in tactics and combat, brought him the respect of all who joined their group, and the adulation of the common city folk who saw in him a spark of hope that they too might one day be free of the state's oppression. For years, the state had discouraged talk of the outlaws hiding untamed in the forests, and especially the one known as Hood. But merchants and mercenaries are wont to carry news, and men's tongues will always wag in the taverns and workhouses, and so the legend was born. Some old travelers, on encountering the forest dwellers after absences of even years at a time, were surprised to find Hood still alive, apparently ageless, although not unchanged. One of these old-timers, an importer of wine, who passed through the Greenwood 15 years ago, told of meeting a middle-aged archer with a rough accent who liked to sing and play the lute by the campfire. An even older fellow, a cobbler, who often traveled to other cities seeking materials for his fine shoes, claimed to have known Hood over 40 years earlier. This incarnation, according to the cobbler, was an experienced knight of stocky build who spoke in the refined tones of a nobleman and had a great understanding of battle tactics and logistics. Whoever he really was, Hood lived in the forest, slaughtering any soldiers sent to hunt him down, and stealing vast amounts of money from the state keeps, which dot the landscape like blighted trees. As the legend grew, and more commoners talked of Hood as if he were a hero, the state placed a huge price on his head, much bigger than any offered before. The people laughed at this because, as the old cobbler said, there had been a bounty on Hood for decades, and no one had yet been able to collect on it. Of course, the fact that so many witnesses reported different versions of the fabled outlaw gave rise to the rumors that Hood was more than one man, perhaps a succession of different warriors who would succeed one another and continue the work of their predecessor, providing a focal point for the downtrodden enemies of the state to rally around. The outlaws denied this idea, suggesting instead that Hood was a single man who could not be killed. One man or many, the legend grew with every year, and every battle fought, every keep raided. Another aspect of Hood's appeal to those who lived in the cities of stone and iron was his camp in the forest. There, it was said the outlaws made use of the trees and rivers and very living rock to provide a secure, comfortable home for any who joined them. Yet it could be dismantled and melt back into the forest in minutes should any state patrol pass too close by. The people would dress in wild clothing of many shades and designs and wield cobbled together yet lethal weaponry. Some of those items were plunder stolen from the state, while yet other pieces may have been handed down from fallen friends. The freedom Hood's followers enjoyed in their Greenwood hideout was spoken of in hushed tones by the downtrodden city dwellers. They would hold clandestine meetings, occasionally finding the courage to protest or even riot against their lot, all the while wondering who the fabled Hood was. Those people saw him as a beacon of light in the darkness, a symbol of hope that their state overlords might be stood against and even perhaps defeated, as so many bounty hunters and soldiers had been when they disappeared into the forest, never to be heard from again. Who then was this seemingly immortal, enigmatic outlaw? Regardless of his origins, it was enough for the simple folk to know that there was a man known as Hood, and by the gods he would bring misery and death to their enemies forever. And then came the news that shattered the commoners' hopes and dreams. Hood was dead. Rumors spread that a bounty hunter had walked into the city one day, carrying the body of a man he claimed was Hood. The tale was scoffed at for a time, for word of Hood's death had been proclaimed before and proven to be a state lie. But after a few weeks, many travelers confirmed there was no longer any sign in the forest of the bold outlaw. Occasionally, a merchant would meet members of Hood's gang, like the massive warrior known as Little John, but never was the charismatic outlaw himself sighted, and the people started to believe that perhaps their hero had finally met his doom. Then the bloody corpses of Hood's comrades began appearing in the city, displayed publicly by the state as gruesome warnings against sedition. It seemed that leaderless and scattered, the outlaws were being hunted down by the bounty hunter, who had now been named the new sheriff. With each passing week and each new mutilated body, the people began to despair. For years they had celebrated this man, this legend, Hood, and taken heart from the fact that at least one person could stand against the hated state. Now, their hope was gone, for if he still lived, Hood would not have allowed his companions to be treated so heinously. The secret meetings and protests, even minor acts of civic unrest that were once inspired by Hood's existence, ceased, and the authorities knew they had finally won. They may not have captured the hearts and minds of the populace, but they had crushed their spirit, and that was all that mattered. Now, though, after many weeks of despair, the dreams of the poor city dwellers had been rekindled as rumors of Hood's return have spread like wildfire. State soldiers have suffered crushing defeats in the forest, according to some, and the giant called Little John had been seen once more in the company of a hooded man who has an unmistakable air of command about him. There was also talk of an ex-state inquisitor with magical powers and a woman who could appear and disappear like a ghost, all of which added to the myth. The sheriff has vowed to destroy the Hood legend once and for all. But, as before, no one knows for sure who the outlaw captain really is, and there have been conflicting tales. The one now calling himself Hood carries a sinister-looking longbow, which he uses to devastating effect, and two different names, Loxley and Huntingdon, have been heard like whispers on the wind. But this means nothing to the common folk who will know the real Hood by his actions. For now, the people are just glad to believe their hero has returned. To them, Hood has been the lord of the Greenwood for generations, bringing death to those representing the state and aid to those who need it. And surely he will always be there, for he is no mere man, he is a legend. Their legend. John Naylor had always loved working with his father in Middleton's smithy. Even as a child, he helped in any way he could, enjoying the sound of hammer striking anvil and the pungent smells from the furnace, which burned as red as his hair. John and his father, occasionally assisted by his younger sister Elaine, crafted or repaired anything their local community needed, from nails to horseshoes, belt buckles to cooking utensils. As he grew into manhood, John filled out, becoming heavily muscled, and much taller than anyone else in town, leading to his ironic nickname, Little John. Although his family usually had enough to eat, John felt like the work he and his father did at the smithy was never properly rewarded. What little profit they did make was taken by the state tax collectors. Once, John asked his father why they didn't repair or even craft arms and armor. A good sword would earn them much more than a dozen cooking pots or door hinges. A strange, sad light had come into his father's eyes as he made it clear that the tools of war would never be their business, without explaining why he felt that way. One day, when fighting off a gang of bullies, John discovered a natural talent for violence. He began honing these skills, training and challenging his aggression in the hopes of earning money in Middleton's illicit fighting dens. When his father died suddenly, John had to spend every waking hour in the smithy on his own, and production inevitably dropped, as did his hopes of earning money as a fighter. A new opportunity arose when a state patrol rode through their town. Such visits were becoming more commonplace, as the authorities had long suspected the people of Middleton of harboring outlaws. The captain's horse needed a new shoe, and, When the work was done, he asked John to repair some damage to his armor. For a moment, the giant smith hesitated, remembering his father's words. But the captain, Sir Thomas de Boron, promised to pay handsomely. And thinking of the bare larder in their house, little John nodded agreement. He had to learn fast, for replacing links in the fine suit of chainmail required rather different techniques to forging a sturdy ladle. But it seemed he had a gift for the work, and the state captain was very happy with the repairs. Happy enough to offer the young smith more work, John accepted the contract immediately, and his profits rose dramatically. From then on, when the tax collectors came to collect their dues, John had enough to pay them off, with some left over. As his income grew, so did the young smith's standing with the townsfolk. Yet, as he spent more time around the higher-ranking state soldiers and the so-called nobles of his town, John started to notice more and more the corruption and injustice these people thrived upon, and it weighed upon his mind. Sir Thomas de Boron rode into town one afternoon, leading a detachment of his soldiers and a wagon piled with arms and armor needing minor repairs. Some of the pieces were still blood-stained. He sent the soldiers off to enjoy an ale at the inn, then turned to John, taking the smith's raised eyebrow as a question. De Boron casually informed John that they had been forced to put down a riot in a village a few miles to the north. They refused to pay their taxes, Sir Thomas said, by way of an explanation. It took John a moment before he properly understood the knight's statement. His mind drew a map of the farming settlements to the north that might just be big enough to offer resistance to de Boron's troop, and only one fitted the bill. His fears were confirmed when he noticed a massive hammer inscribed with runes amongst a pile of damaged weapons on the ground. It had belonged to a blacksmith John had known since childhood, and a black rage suddenly filled him. He understood now why his father had wanted no part in repairing instruments of death. "You murdering bastard," he said, almost inaudibly as he rose to his full height, head almost touching the rafters. For a moment, Sir Thomas de Boron simply stared at him in surprise, but that quickly gave way to cold anger, and he stepped back a pace, drawing a dagger from his belt, confident but understandably wary of getting into a fight with the hot-headed blacksmith. Just then, a bent-backed old woman came into the smithy, wandering between the angry men, a confused look on her heavily lined face. John hesitated, but Sir Thomas saw an opportunity. He reached out and grabbed the smith's mother, pulling her roughly against him and holding the blade up to her neck. The knight only intended to use her as a hostage, to keep John at bay until he could get out of the stifling building and call for his soldiers. The old lady tried to twist out of Sir Thomas's grasp, furious at being handled so roughly. Whether intentionally or not, in the struggle, the knight's wickedly sharp blade sliced directly across the elderly woman's neck, severing the carotid artery. If John had been sickened by the dried blood kicking the state soldier's armor, he was utterly shocked by the crimson fountain that cascaded from his mother's wound. De Boron lunged towards him, blade outstretched. The blacksmith's instincts kicked in, and he dodged sideways, punching the knight in the mouth and grasping him roughly by the hair. Using all of the power in his enormous arms, John slammed de Boron's face into the iron anvil, feeling bone crack and splinter beneath his hand. But his fury wasn't spent yet. He hauled de Boron's head upwards, only to smash it into the hard iron again, and again, and again. Tears blurred his vision, perhaps mercifully obscuring the bloody mess he'd made of the state officer's face. And he knelt by his already dead mother's side, caressing her hand. Soon enough, he realized Sir Thomas's men would come looking for the captain, and John would be done for, He knew he would need a decent weapon to defend himself. His eyes fell to the blacksmith's hammer on the floor. The sound of the half-drunk men approaching came to him, and with a last sorrowful glance at his mother's corpse, he ran out of the forge and deep into the trees that fringed the town. He knew standing alone against the soldiers would be suicide. For 2 days, little John remained in the forest, until at last he ventured home to check on his sister Elaine. His neighbors told him sorrowfully that she'd been arrested and taken to work off John's debt in one of the state's many brothels. The soldiers also promised to return and hunt the smith down like an animal. They did much more than that, however, using John's crime as an excuse to deal with the rebellious people of Middleton once and for all. Soldiers came in force and, without warning, smashed the dam that held back the waters of Lake Grimwith. The entire town was inundated, destroying everything and making all who survived the floods homeless and destitute. To complete this destruction, the state renamed Middleton as Newton Abbas, and John's home was wiped from the land forever. So little John was forced back into the Greenwood, where he was eventually adopted by the outlaw captain known as Hood. For 3 years, he served loyally as an important member of the notorious gang. His great size, ferocious fighting style, combined with his intimate knowledge of state armor and its weak points, eventually earned him the position of second in command to the legendary Hood. John surreptitiously tracked his captured sister's movements. The state transferred her from one brothel to another, and the giant former blacksmith vowed to one day free her from her vile servitude. That day had not yet come when Hood was apparently slain by a bounty hunter, and his entire gang was scattered to the four winds. The new sheriff's soldiers seemed able to track him better than they ever could in the past. Just a few days ago, he had set up camp alone at a site he and Hood used a year or so before. It was well off the beaten track, and he'd lit no campfires. Yet a patrol of soldiers came upon him without warning, and he'd almost been killed. Mercifully, a longbowman, who was no friend to the state, heard the fight and came to John's aid, saving his life. Now, the former blacksmith hopes that this new archer, a newcomer to the Greenwood, can turn their fortunes around and strike once again at the despised state, perhaps even taking the legendary mantle of Hood upon himself. Then, John Naylor might fulfill the oath he swore to one day rescue his sister and bring brutal, bloody vengeance to those who destroyed Middleton. Marianne Fitzwalter was once heir to a large estate on the west coast of Scotland. Her father was Duke Fitzwalter of Cardross, a powerful nobleman who was well liked by his people, for he was good to them and paid a fair wage for their toil on his lands and the river that ran beside his property. Marianne was given a good education, learning the usual things such as arithmetic, grammar, astronomy, and philosophy. A very bright young woman, she also entertained an interest in engineering in her spare time, building useful or sometimes merely amusing contraptions with her elderly tutor Hob. Of course, being a member of the northern tribes, she learned how to fight. Starting from a very young age, Marianne was trained to use a dagger, sword, and a crossbow. By the time she was an adult, her speed and agility were unmatched in Cardross and the surrounding villages. She was happiest spending time in the forest that fringed her father's lands, for she felt a deep affinity with nature. Hunting was a necessity, of course, so despite her love for the animals of the Greenwood, she often used her small crossbow to bring down rabbits and deer, taking no pleasure in killing, despite the fact she was so good at it. Any surplus food from her father's household was shared with the workers on the estate. In the forest one day, she came upon an enormous boar with its young. Startled, the beast attacked, and although Marianne was able to loose a bolt from her crossbow into the boar's back, its hide was too thick for the missile to penetrate. The enraged animal charged directly into her mount, killing it while Marianne somehow managed to pull herself up into a tree. The boar, realizing she was no longer a threat, hurried away, snorting in triumph with its young. When she was sure it was safe, Marianne returned home. Her crossbow had failed her, and she vowed never to let it happen again. With old Hobb's help, she designed a new weapon that could fire 3 powerful bolts, either singly or all at once, yet was small enough to be worn strapped to her wrist. It even had a makeshift blade on the end, which could be used in close quarters combat. When she was in her 20s, Marianne's mother passed away, and the running of the estate fell to her. She had known that day would come eventually, and much of her education had been spent preparing for it. Eventually, of course, when the old Duke also died, the lands and the title of Lady of Cardross would be passed down to Marianne. And then a delegation arrived from the lands in the south. The state had come to demand tribute and pledges of fealty from all the tribes and the families of the north. Some of the smaller clans bent the knee quickly, knowing they couldn't withstand the might of this new power. Other lords, too proud and fierce to give in without a fight, rejected the state's demands and sent the delegates on their way. Marianne's father was one such noble who angrily chased the envoys back to the south. She was in the forest, gathering wood for a new engineering project she was working on with Hob when the state soldiers returned to Cardross. They left the workers alive, for without farmers and laborers, the land would be worthless. But Duke Fitzwalter, Marianne's beloved father, was butchered without mercy. Their orders were to kill her too, but a fleeing servant found her and warned her to escape. Old Hob had not been so lucky. He shared the murdered Duke's fate, and the state placed one of their own men in charge of Cardross, while a garrison was built next to the Fitzwalter family home. So Marianne's birthright was stolen from her, along with her father and tutor. She might never be Lady Marianne of Cardross, but she refused to simply fade away into the shadows of history, while the state picked clean the bones of her estate. So, she embarked on a one-woman guerrilla war against the state. Starting in Cardross, she assassinated the first of the new governors installed in her old house, hammering 3 crossbow bolts into his back as he sat in the study that had been her father's favorite place to work. Marianne fled from her homeland then, leaving it behind, perhaps forever. She was only just getting started, though, and traveled southwards, killing high-ranking state officers wherever she found them. Her skill as a hunter kept her safe, and she eventually found herself near one of the biggest of the southern cities. A state convoy was traveling slowly through the forest. Marianne had been stalking them for hours. It was guarded by 5 soldiers, so she knew there must be something or someone of great value within the covered wagon. Whatever was in it, she vowed would be hers. Before she could strike, though, a roar split the air, and as Marianne watched in surprise, the biggest man she'd ever seen launched himself from the branches of a tree onto the back of the foremost state soldier. They went down in a heap, but only the giant got back up. His bare arms were hugely muscled, and he carried a great hammer, and, as another soldier came for him, he battered the man's sword aside and headbutted him. But it seemed the giant had underestimated his opponents, who converged upon him, forcing him back against the very tree he'd been hiding in just moments before. Then, one of the state soldiers collapsed onto the grass, with a crossbow bolt in his back, and then another, and then a third, and the giant took heart. He swung his hammer in a blur, smashing the skull of the final shocked opponent. And Marianne stepped out from her own hiding place behind a juniper bush. The giant warrior grinned when he saw her, and warmly thanked her for rescuing him. His name was Little John, he said, and he'd attacked the convoy hoping to find his sister, who'd been abducted by the state. The girl was not hidden within the wagon, much to his disappointment, but they did find a chest full of gold coins. Little John, hugely impressed by the steely-eyed huntress, invited her to come with him and join the ranks of his gang, which was led by the fabled outlaw known simply as Hood. After some thought, she agreed. It suited her to have extra support as she continued her war against the state, and her education and training meant she was quickly accepted by John's companions. Soon, Marianne proved her value to the outlaws even more. She used her knowledge of mathematics and engineering to help them design new devices they could use to rob the heavily guarded state keeps. The clever system of levers and pulleys allowed them to extract larger quantities of treasure much more quickly than before, and opened up new potential targets for the gang. All these qualities have earned the disenfranchised noblewoman a lofty position within Hood's group, but she still has unfinished business of her own. When her father was murdered, Marianne vowed to continue striking at the state whenever the chance arose. But on top of that, she would take back her lands in the north, along with the title, and in the name that was rightfully hers. As a child, Took lived in one of the great cities of iron and stone, where he would climb the tall, angular towers and marvel at the ability of man to tame nature. The browns and greens of the nearby wildwood had been supplanted by grey buildings and the blood-red banners of the state, with their enigmatic symbols, providing a uniformity that young Took found reassuring. A kind boy, he enjoyed helping those around him, even when he gained nothing in return, for he was innocent and naive. His parents were poor, but he loved them dearly, and he cared little about his prospects for the future, which seemed a long way off. For decades, the state had routinely tested all children for certain qualities, and when Took was shown to excel in these tests, the state offered to adopt him, for they always needed workers, and molding them from a young age suited their ends best. Took's parents, jobless, penniless, and facing eviction from their small home, knew the only future they could offer the 7-year-old boy was a bed on the streets with the other forgotten citizens, and probably an early death from disease or malnutrition. So with heavy hearts, they agreed to sign over all parental rights to the state. They did this for the very best of reasons, love. But the child couldn't understand why his mother and father had given him away, and when he walked into the towering grey monastery where he would spend the next few years of his life, a part of him died forever. Over the following decade, the powerfully built young man was trained in mind and body, learning to fight with weapons and to battle wits with even the brightest of heretics. Took learned to love no one and nothing other than the state and its religion, both of which were built on uniformity and obedience. He honored and respected his tutors, particularly old brother Johannes, who taught him the secrets of alchemy and became first a mentor and then a friend. His religious zeal impressed the Supreme Council, even more than his obvious intelligence, for unconditional acceptance of God's word was the perfect way for the state to control the people. They knew Took's fanaticism could be exploited. When he turned 17, he was drafted into the feared Inquisition, a role for which he was perfectly suited. At first, the brutality of his new position shocked and frightened Took, but over time, he became desensitized to the prisoner's suffering, for he knew he was doing God's work. He was merely the state's tool, just as the red-hot poker, or the rack, or the skinning knife were his tools. The men and women brought to him by his superiors were sinners, who had transgressed against the state. They deserved the agonies inflicted upon them in his incense-filled interrogation chamber, far beneath the stone streets. However, the state's issued incense made Took's eyes water, so he began experimenting with herbs and alchemical formulae, crafting various powders of his own to burn. One of these, with a high concentration of dried Amanita muscaria, awakened a hitherto unknown power in Took, who, inhaling the smoke deeply, realized he could for a short time cast his mind outside of his body and sense people in other rooms, even if they were not visible to him. With this new weapon, he would go out into the city hunting for sinners. Many would-be rebels and their families were arrested over the years as a result of Took's newfound ability. One morning, a prisoner was brought to him, and Took was shocked to see his old mentor, Brother Johannes, in chains, face bruised and bloody, ready for questioning. Johannes was by now in his 90s, and Took had always believed completely loyal to the state. What crimes could this feeble old man be guilty of to end up here, surrounded by incense and implements of torture? Sedition was the charge. The abbot said he was part of a secret network of spies, passing information back and forth in a foolish attempt to foment rebellion. Took was ordered to extract Brother Johannes' secrets as soon as possible. The accusation was obviously false, and for the first time in his life, Took found himself questioning the state. If they could be wrong about Brother Johannes, they might have been wrong about dozens of other prisoners he had questioned over the years. There was nothing for it, though. He had God's work to do, and with an unaccustomed heavy heart, he set about the business of extracting whatever information he could from his old friend. Every scream from Brother Johannes twisted a knife in Took's own guts, but mercifully, the elderly alchemist's heart gave out quickly. He had proclaimed his innocence until his very last, shuddering breath, and as he expired, Took felt another change come over him. Whatever the reasons for this abomination, the state were not the infallible, loving protector he had believed. The state were just men, like any other, with their own failings, scheming to their own ends rather than doing God's work. From then on, Took recognized the innocence in many of the people he was tasked with questioning, and he knew what he was doing was evil. The Inquisition was evil, and so, by extension, was the state. He could not be a part of it anymore. The state did not just let people leave, though, and Took knew that his own thoughts would be considered seditious. He would be arrested and brutally questioned by one of his own Inquisition colleagues, ending up either dead or a mere mindless husk. The only way to survive was to make his way outside the city gates to a place he'd never been before, even as a child, the Greenwood. So taking a loaf of bread, his censer, and a few pouches of his own prized incense, he waited until the night fell and made his way through the streets, taking care to avoid patrols, for even a friar could be stopped and questioned if found outdoors at this time. Reaching the city gates, he crouched in the gloom, breathed deeply of the incense, and cast his mind ahead. To his dismay, the gatehouse was heavily guarded, even at this late hour, and although he was a skilled fighter, there were far too many soldiers to attempt overpowering them all. He had lost his faith in the state, but not yet in God. Looking to the sky, he prayed for a sign, for some means of escape. It was provided in a surprising manner. As he stood in the shadows by the city wall, he noticed a patch of green where there should have been none. Ivy had somehow taken root and grown thickly all the way up the wall. Never had he seen such a thing, for the state frowned on nature and cut it down whenever it encroached into the city. Yet now, miraculously, it offered Took a way outside, into the green. Before fear could hold him back, he scrambled up the foliage, trying not to look down, for the walls were high, and, at last, sweating and breathing heavily, the defector stood on the thick grass of the forest. Then he began to run, not knowing where he was going, but desperate to get as far from inevitable pursuit as possible. For a long time, he wandered with no idea of where he might be going, just wanting to put distance between himself and any pursuit. The trees grew thickly in this part of the forest, though, and he feared becoming lost almost as much as discovery by the state soldiers. The sound of a waterfall came to him, and he decided to head there for a drink, and to plan his next move. He began walking, then stopped dead in his tracks as an arrow hammered into the tree beside him, and a commanding voice called out, "Hold, Friar." A hooded figure materialized, as if by magic from the trees ahead, and by the man's green and brown garb and the strange longbow he carried, Took knew him to be an outlaw. The Inquisitor looked back over his shoulder, wondering if he should simply head back the way he'd come, but a giant warrior holding a hammer now blocked his path. At first, Took feared they would kill him out of hand, but they simply wanted to rob him, and upon realizing he was penniless, took him prisoner, assuming a state Inquisitor would fetch a decent ransom. As the outlaws ate a cold meal back at their camp that night, Took told them his story. They were skeptical, fearing he might be trying to trick them and bring the law down upon them, but his sincerity finally convinced them to free his bonds. Over time, the friar proved himself in battle, and the outlaws grew to trust him, recognizing his defection and newfound hatred for the state as genuine. He still pays homage to the one God, even if he has rejected all other state tenets and teachings. And he still carries his old incense burner, fashioned now into more easily wielded bludgeoning weapon, the fumes from which bring strength and succor to his allies. For the soldiers in the state keeps, the cloying smell of incense is often the last thing they know in this world.
There.
Crossbowman here.
Damn. Where? out of arrows. Need to find arrows. The forest sends its regards. Shit, they know. Nice.
You can't hide forever. I'll take a look.
Last one. Just what I needed.
Is there somebody sneaking in behind?
The state are alerted. Last arrow.
I know you're
I'm
out
out.
there. Who's that over there? You're dead!
Need to find arrows. Need to attract less attention. I'm out. For the people.
You will not live to regret this day. I can smell your fear. Intruders.
sends its regards. For the people.
You missed! You hurry now!
Goes the silent approach.
I've lost you. Nothing here.
Forest sends its regards. Get to the extraction point. These'll come in handy. Nice. This can come in handy. Shit, they know.
Can't hide forever. Did you see something real?
Find its mark.
What a bullet.
The state are alerted.
Somebody over there. Kill them! Get them!
The forest sends its regards. Need to attract less attention. Ignore the treasures missing.
heard something. Who's there? You can't hide forever.
The forest sends its regards.
Take a look.
For the people.
Find them. I need
There
help.
goes the silent approach. Put this to good use. For the people.
There's a killer out there. Find him. There's a killer out there. Find him. Killer out there. Find him. There's a killer out there. There's a killer out there. Find him.
Shit,
Help.
they know. Last one. Nice. Just what I needed.
I'll take a look.
The forest sends its regards. For the people. The forest sends its regards. For the people.
Did you see somebody over there?
The forest sends its regards. For the people. Excellent. This could come in handy. Guard, here. One left. Need to find arrows. Damn, the state are aware.
I heard something. Who's there?
Wasting my time. I heard something. Who's there?
The forest sends its regards. The state are alerted.
Did you hear that?
The state wants revenge.
You're dead! Get there! Over there!
May this arrow find its mark.
You can't hide forever. There's a killer out there. Find him.
Sends its regards. Last arrow. Just what I need.
Did you see something?
Get there! Anybody?
What is it?
It's him! Get them!
One left. I'm out.
You! Over there!
attract less attention.
Forever. Get her!
People.
know you pig. Someone's taking shots at us! Find them! I'll take a look.
The forest sends its thoughts. Full of people.
Wherever they were, they're gone. Did you see somebody over there? One hurt. Get him! Get him! I'll put a bomb to them.
There's a killer out there. Fight! There's a killer out there. Fight! Got it.
See something happen. There's a killer out there.
The
Find
forest sends its regards.
He's dead.
Sheriff, here.
You trembling. Kill them. Intruders. Did you hear that? Right, get off! Anybody? You see somebody over there? See him?
Last arrow.
Ah!
Need out of arrows. Nice. Just what I needed. Sheriff, here.
Get them. I heard something. Who's there? Goodness, somebody just shot at me.
Nice. Get to the extraction point. use. So much for the silent escape.
take back the power.
Did you just see somebody over there? Get them! I'll kill you both.
Did you see something? Get them! I spotted them! There may be more of them. You're it. Found it. Got away. Did you see somebody over there?
To Mother Earth. For the forest.
Your eyes open.
Sheriff, here.
Thieving scum! Identify yourself.
Did you see somebody over there? Did you see somebody over there?
Yes.
I just...
Damn, the state are aware. Back to Mother.
Outlaws. What the fuck?
For the forest.
Fucking kill them.
Did you just see somebody over there?
The state are alerted.
Get them!
You can't hide, huh? You can't hide.
For the forest. We own this. Nice. This could prove useful. I'm ready to move unseen. Back to Mother Earth. I've activated the vault. Gearbox here, ammo here, treasure here. For the forest.
Did you see somebody over there?
Something there. I'll take a look.
Did you see somebody over there?
To Mother Earth.
Who's that over there?
For the forest. Back to Mother Earth.
Did you see somebody over there?
For the forest.
Who's that over there?
Better stay alert.
Back to Mother Earth. For the forest.
Did you see somebody over there?
I'll
You
take a
can't
look.
hide forever.
Back to Mother Earth. For the forest.
He's been killed. Search the area. There's a killer up there. Find them. Did you see somebody over there?
Back to Mother Earth. Need to attract less attention. Need to find bolts. He's not coming home.
There's a killer out there. Find him.
Back to Mother Earth. Damn, the state are aware.
I'll take a look.
to Mother Earth.
You can't hide forever.
Did you see somebody over there?
To Mother Earth.
Killed. I know you're out there.
For the forest.
Who's that over there? There's a killer on the loose. I best
The
sound the
state
alarm.
are alerted. Back to Mother Earth. Get to the extraction point.
What is this?
Back to Mother Earth. For the forest.
I'll take a look. Clear.
Back to Mother Earth.
There's a killer out there. Find them.
For the forest.
Dead. Somebody just shot at me.
Bend. Shit, they know. Here's an entrance. We need to attract less attention. I'm out.
I'm out. Get there. I'll kill you.
I'm ready to move unseen.
No! Get them!
hide forever.
Find them. The area. Did you see somebody over there? Get her! Dead woman. Get them! You're dead.
Just what I need.
What is this?
Back to Mother Bear. Forest. Back to Mother Bear.
Who's there?
I'm here. I'll take her. He's dead.
One left. Nice.
Clear. Okay.
For the forest.
See somebody. Get her.
I am ready to move unseen.
False alarm. He's been killed. Search the area. You can't hide. There's a killer out there. Find him.
Back to Mother Bear. For the forest.
Stay alert.
Back to Mother Bear. For the forest.
He's been killed. Search the area. You can't hide forever.
Get her.
Last one. I'm out.
Finish me off. Get her! Put a bolt in them. Did you see somebody over there? Get her! Lost her! Righto, everybody.
You can't hide forever.
Did you see somebody over there? Get her! Yeah!
I'll put a bolt in them.
Out of bullets.
Get her!
I don't. He's been killed. Search the area.
Get her! I'll put a bolt in them. I'll put a bolt in them.
I am ready to move
her!
unseen.
You're dead.
Back to Mother
Killed. Search the area. Killer out there. Find him. Get her.
for the people.